awesome. Woohoo! That's the gift that keeps on taking. We are excited to have our world language team give us some data and reports. So we'll turn time over to Dr. Vicki Carter and Scott Sumner on our leading learning team to introduce the world language team.
Awesome.
I do want to say something actually. During our days with our administrators, part of my presentation had the world language data in there, and I said, oh, and by the way, we'll know something by July. Mid-July we'll know the AP testing, and everyone was so impressed with it, so I'm really excited to see the updated information. So Scott kind of planned it, and he can introduce.
Yes, well, we'd love to introduce Jody Lindsay. She's the director of our world languages and has all the data to share. A little bit about Jody. She is amazing, and you've heard her present before, and so this is kind of an exciting moment. At the end of last year's presentation, we said let's just put this annually on the calendar, and so it's just set up ready to go. But she's got some great longitudinal data from that she's going to share with us. But just personally, just having a chance to work with Jody at 2 different schools, that's rare.
It is rare.
But worked with her at Oak Canyon and also at Lone Peak, and then now get to keep working with her here at the district. But just turn the time over to her, and you're going to be wowed with our data from this area.
Thank you so much, Scott. And let me also introduce my colleague, Rachel McFarland. She co-leads the world language team with me, and she's also a French teacher at American Fork High School. And we are really happy to be here. We represent 118 secondary world language teachers. We represent 9 different languages and just shy of 16,000 students. We have a mission statement that we believe in. We collectively created this back in 2019. We believe our mission is to develop global citizens by 2 ways, by building language proficiency and cultural understanding. And this mission statement is well known by all of our teachers as we begin all of our trainings, focusing on what we believe the reason that we exist is. So today, in my very short time with you, I actually have 3 learning targets, meaning what I hope we collectively will leave with today. And the first is I hope that we all leave with this deepened understanding of how our world language classes support both district initiatives and school goals in the area of literacy. And I have wonderful data to show you on that today. I also hope that we have a collective learning experience on how world language teachers are leveraging Apple data in their teams and in their Tier 1 instruction. And then the last thing, I hope that we also have a deepened understanding of our world language programs challenges and how we are working to resolve these challenges. We like to think that we are that we have the ability to create solutions for the challenges that we have. So with that, I wanted to start with a couple of our world language celebrations. Did you know that this year's Utah Sterling is from Alpine School? From Timpanogos High School, Elizabeth Collins, and she demonstrated an intermediate mid proficiency level in 4 different languages: Spanish, French, German, and Latin. So from Alpine School. A flyer, which means that Farnsworth, you asked last time, well, what is the bilingual learners. And these are the students who have either exited the ELD program or were still in the ELD program, and they tested high enough in English and in their first language, okay? Next, we know that in special ed, we had less than 10% that were awarded the Utah Syllabi Literacy in 2024. We call them, Skyward says these are gifted students, and what they mean is these students took an AP class during their senior year. It might not have even been world language, but they were enrolled in one AP class, and we had 55% of the SILs, the students who earned a SIL. And then last, there's the others category. And this would be the students who didn't fall into these categories. But it also, just so you know, this could have been a student who's taken 8 AP classes, and they just didn't take one during their senior year, so they didn't fall in that category. So these are some of our aggregates that I thought would be interesting for you to look at. Speaking of the SIL, I want to share with you just a little bit of a journey for us. In 2013, we started talking about proficiency, what students can do with language outside of our classrooms. And in 2013, we found it interesting. We just didn't know what it looked like as teachers. And so for several years, we studied proficiency, but it wasn't until 2019 when our leadership team had an opportunity to learn from a national conference that we were sent to about best practice in assessment. And that is where proficiency levels started to matter for us. And so the next year, I started working with data and assessment, and they said, wow, you have common formatives and summatives, and you're in blended teams? And we said, well, yeah. And they said, what else do you need? And we said, we need some help identifying proficiency levels of students. So at that time, it was Kevin Rich who said, let's see if, what would you like? We said, we would like Apple testing. And then this is where Scott Sumner came in. And in 2021, 2022, we made the case and said, we really would like to test our level 3, 4, and AP students. And as you can see, a lot happened in those years, in those next several years. The syllabi literacy has never been our goal, but I want to show you what happened behind the scenes and then the data that I've been looking forward to showing you. We rely heavily on the PLC results cycle, and in those 3 years since starting the Apple testing, we have found that we have needed to do a lot of our professional learning and cohort learning that really falls on the right side of this PLC results cycle. And these are some of the themes in the last 4 years. If you would have sat every time we had a learning opportunity, these are some of the themes that you would see us work with and where they fall in the PLC results cycle. And as we started moving here, we said it is time now to circle and really hit these questions 3 and 4. So in 2024, our theme really has become, what are our students telling us? And we started looking at the following data. We have summative assessments that are common, that stretch from Orem High School to Timberline Middle, clear out to Cedar Valley. We have formative assessments that we have worked on and worked on refining in our professional learning. We have ways that we're checking for understanding, because sometimes I might think that my class is going this way and I have my little formative checks and I'm like, oh, they're not quite ready for that. And we are learning, we are teaching our teachers what could be that next step. We have really focused on student voice. Our students need to have a voice in this learning, and we have worked on student self-assessment and reflection. Can a student take their own work and identify, this is my proficiency level and why, and here's where I'm going, and here's what I need to do. And then we have this longitudinal Apple data, finally, that we could look at. So what are our students telling us in speaking, writing, reading, and listening? So the first thing we did is we have this longitudinal data that I want to show you. And before I post it, this is going to be all languages, all levels, all types of learners, meaning our heritage and first language learners. all grades, all schools, all teachers. And you're gonna see 3 colors. Green is gonna be at level, blue above, red will be below. And also keep in mind, the targets that we have put here are going to be end of level, end of year targets, and we test our students starting the 1st of March. Seat time matters in world language. There's so much research that shows that you cannot jump from a novice to intermediate just like that. You have to have a certain amount of input and the ability to have output. So, our longitudinal data. You can first see here, this is our 2022 data. These are the 4 modes of communication. And remember, blue is above, green is at level, red is below. So when we started looking here in 2022, and now fast forward over to 2024, one of the first things that we noticed looking at the data is that we are moving students who are above level to really above level. And that excited us, because that shows that that work we're doing in the PLC cycle, what do we want students to know, and how do we know that they know it? We are getting clear as teachers, and that clarity is transferring to the students. So we were very excited about moving kids that are at level and above to a greater number that are testing above level clear in March. The second thing we noticed was the red. And we started looking at below level, and when we moved over, we thought, oh, well, if good teaching practices are good teaching practices, we're not really shrinking that red. And so it started some really interesting conversations for world language teachers this past spring. Teachers started saying, hey, we need to start looking at differentiation. Maybe we need to start looking at tier 2 strategies. And then another question that arose was, well, Jody, if we're testing in March and these are end of year levels, how many of these students are almost there? Like they're one little sub-level under. And so we went back to our data and we removed this, and here is what we ended up with. So these are the students in the yellow who are just barely below level. We think that a lot of these, if we tested them in May, would become green. That's what we think. But now at least we know how many students are almost there. And you can see we have had growth between 2022 and 2024. In particular, in the area of speaking, we've been able to decrease those that are further than one level. And also in the area of writing, we've been able to decrease those number of students who are more than one level below. So now I would like to show you a couple languages that I think would be of interest. About half of our world language students are Spanish learners. And so I want to first show you Spanish level 3. These are the students that are learning Spanish as a second language. I will be showing you our first language learners on the next slide, okay? So again, above, at level, approaching, and below. In 2022, this is where we were. In 2024, this is the result we have. We noticed right off the bat that we again are moving our students who are at level or above to a greater number that are at level and above. I want to show you, in particular, writing. In 2022, some of our Spanish team leads came and said, we would like to bring an outside expert in to help us calibrate our writing samples. So we brought in Brigitte Morales from BYU, a professor there, and she, in 2022, met 4 times with all of our Spanish teachers. And we, since we give the same Summit of the Sun assessments, we brought in writing samples from around the district. And she helped us calibrate those samples. What's really a novice high? What's an intermediate low? And what does the student need? She helped us with our questions. Are we asking the right level questions? Or are we asking an advanced level question and we're trying to elicit an intermediate response. So she really started working with us, and then in the next year, she started coming in and working on Wednesdays with smaller teams. So I'd like to point to the progress in writing in Spanish. So for us, this was a fantastic use of our budget because we're able to see that growth in our students. Sarah, I feel like you have a question.
I do have a question. I find it interesting with the writing that it surpasses a lot of the speaking, but it's interesting to me because when you're learning the second language, obviously through the writing you're understanding conjugation and grammar within the context of the language that they're
Correct.
learning.
Mhm.
But why is the speaking, and maybe Rachel you can, I don't know, comment on this, is why is the
Please.
speaking so different than the writing if they're understanding conjugation and how to write?
Yeah, speaking is always going to be the lagging skill. So it doesn't matter which proficiency level you're at, it will be the skill that lags. Because speaking, we know that if you can write it, you can say it, and if you can say it, you can write it, so that is absolutely true. But the difference between writing and controlling what is happening and speaking and having that, those interpersonal moments where you can't guide what is happening is significant enough to make that be the lagging skill.
Well, and I'm seeing a very, I mean, it's not even too different than your listening. Is that the kind of the same thing with the speaking?
Yeah.
It's kind of,
Yes.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
output skills are reading, input skills are reading and listening.
Right.
But listening is more complicated for the same reason. With text, I can read it and go my own pace, just like with writing, I can write it and go my own pace. With listening, I'm going at the pace of the presenter, and with speaking, I'm also having to keep up with the pace of the conversation. So for those reasons, those two, input and output skills, do tend to lag.
Because you've got your vocabulary, your conjugation. I guess it does make sense at the
Yeah.
speaking. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, and I think you'll find the same trend, because I'll show you two more languages. I'm gonna show you the first language learners too. So I just wanted to point that out. That was a really smart move with our budget, and it has benefited our students in the area of literacy, right? So here's Spanish, our heritage and first language. A lot of times we think that these students come to us and they know all the things. And what we're finding is we teach academic vocabulary. We're teaching writing skills that transfer into their other contents. It's life skills. Look here at 2022, and remember our colors, to 2024. And I just want to draw your attention first to that writing. Look at that investment of bringing Brigitte Morales in. This is what our heritage and first language speakers, this is their progression, their story. French, this is French 4, Rachel's team that she leads, 2022. Look at the difference in 2024. You can see that our students are, they are in our classes and they are having a leveled up experience. They're able to do more with language. I was excited to look at the speaking, which you just brought up, Sarah, and look at the writing again. And then last, I have to show some Japanese. Japanese, remember, is going to take about 1,500 hours to get to the same intermediate mid as 1,500 hours, and I think we're about 400 hours in French, okay? Look at the difference in 2022 to 2024. Look at speaking. And remember, in Japanese, we write in characters. Look at this. So what our students are telling us is that we are progressing them in this area of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. What are they telling us? We think a few things. Number one, we think that our students are telling us that we are teachers of literacy, that our work supports school goals, our work supports district initiatives, and we are building these skills and they transfer to these other areas. We have a second thing that our students are telling us, that access to Apple testing benefits them because of the way that we are leveraging the Apple. We are not just looking at this and saying, oh, that's great. It's actionable data for us. And every year we think we get it right, but we're asking the right questions, we think. And so that is something that our students are telling us. There's one more thing that I want to share with you that might be of interest to this group. World language leadership, we're being recognized now at the national level for our work. Utah has been celebrated for over a decade for their work, or our work, in dual language immersion. And we are now in our world languages, levels 1 through AP, are able to show another pathway that brings students' ability to use language outside of our classroom in a way that is effective and relevant. It's rich and it is exciting for our students. A couple examples that I want to share with you here. I think Ada or Sarah, one of you asked me last year, is there a sister district in the United States that maybe is a step or two ahead of us that we could link arms with? Well, Rachel and I were in Chicago in November interacting with state and district leaders, and we started asking these questions, and they kept saying, well, tell us what you're doing, and we would tell them the things that we shared with you. And they kept saying, why aren't you presenting here? Why aren't you leading the breakout sessions? And we keep hearing that and hearing that. I was on a call with Language Testing International with their data team 2 weeks ago from around the nation. And I was showing them the same data I just showed you. And at the end, they said, why aren't you traveling with us around the nation? Why isn't Alpine? We need districts to see how you are leveraging Apple data, because other districts in other states are doing the Apple testing, but they said they've never seen teachers that are using this in such an actionable way that is causing these types of increases. So I wanted to share that with you. So the last piece is we do have some barriers that affect our programs that I just need you to be aware of, and some of the solutions that we are working on. A lot of times there are junior highs that have that create mandatory study skills or a mandatory semester reading class. Well, that's good and everything, except that a student can't be in a full year world language class where you can see they're getting the reading, writing, listening, speaking. They are gaining those skills, and so that can sometimes be a barrier. So what we have been working on in Alpine World Languages is how we can educate our school community, meaning our parents, our counselors, our teachers, our admin. What are the benefits of learning a world language? Because we believe that when a school community culture gets behind something, that's where we see results that happen. A second challenge, I call it hiring underprepared candidates. Sometimes we have these phenomenal teachers in maybe history or science or ELD or something, and we have admin who say, oh, will you speak this language? Why don't you pick up a couple sections of it, right? And I know that there's the FTE, like I get that, I've lived it. And it's a challenge because the things that we just showed you, those don't just happen. There's a science to teaching, and it works, as you can see. And so Rachel and I, we wrestled with this for several years. Last year we approached our supervisors in Ed Services. We worked with Joel, and it went to the DLT, and we said we would love for maybe some of the underprepared candidates to take a world languages methods course that's taught by us. And we went ahead, we proposed a syllabus that SUU jumped on. It's a 4-credit class, and it's heavily coached. So we're not just learning about the methods, we are interacting as coaches a minimum of twice a month. We learn, and then the participants, they put a lesson plan into place, we coach it, they teach it and film it, and then they view it and we view it, and then we come back again and we talk about the methodology, the pedagogy. And so this is one of our solutions that I will be excited to share with you next year, what that looks like. So far the feedback has been high from teachers, but I would like to see the more longitudinal data. Couple comments
Are you
here.
saying that you developed this methods course?
Yes,
And that a university has picked it up?
yes.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question is, at the very beginning of one of your slides, when you kind of had the bubbles there, and you could see how your program has grown, and now you have 658 students. How are you getting, I mean, that number has grown, is that because you have recruited more students into going into that? Or has that been talking to parents and letting them know that, and have a better understanding of what the seal of biliteracy is, or what is that?
I would say it's a culmination of several things. One, our program numbers have only increased by a couple hundred over the last 3 years. So it's not like we've had a huge influx of students. It has really come from two things. Teachers that are coming and participating in our professional learning, and they are making those small changes in their pedagogy, and those small changes day after day, month after month, year after year are building students, and so more students are qualifying in the same amount of time year after year. We're really increasing that. Rachel, do you want to add something there too?
Yes, knowing the target helps understand the process.
Right.
Right, and so understanding what our target is, understanding what proficiency levels are, helps us understand how to teach to our target. So that's become a very strategic thing that we set up with all of our teachers.
Right.
And I would like to mention that most of this data also correlates to the beginning of a full-time content specialist. So having someone with eyes on the whole thing, Jody, has allowed us to flourish in our roles as teachers. Having someone else help us with data and design and all of the things that Jody does, which is extensive. All of these things that you've seen on slides go back to a vision with a content specialist. So that's been very, very important to have a full-time person that can lead out on all of these things. And that helps us as teachers concentrate on our targets.
Thank you.
And does having that biliteracy seal, I mean, as far as students and adding that, to something that they can maybe put on an application
Yes.
before college, has that been something that's helped?
Yes. I would love to come in and have the voices of students that have earned this come back and just share with you what this has been for them. Not only do they have a physical seal that goes on their diploma, there's also a digital seal that follows their transcript. And students are using this on their resume. We have actually had students who have come back and said, I am at a certain university. I believe that I qualified at 3 years ago and was not awarded. Will you look at my Apple scores? Will you look at my English ACT scores? Because I'm trying to get into a Spanish translation at BYU program or something like that, and I need to have an extra edge. I also believe that this seal, for some students, it's life-changing for them. For others, I think it's another that's a great thing that goes on that sets me a little bit apart, because this is a specialty seal. This is something that really shows that students can demonstrate a skill in a different language.
And
I
it's
think that shows
hireable.
it.
So 3 years ago, at the end of our academic night for seniors, when we read all of the students who qualified for the seal of biliteracy, we had a small business owner in the community reach out and want to know how they can hire students who use multiple languages. So definitely, when we say it's a 21st century skill, that was an exact example of how so.
I've even been contacted by companies saying, hey, we are looking for students as they're going to college that have this intermediate, this conversational language ability, and we would like to pay them $5 more per hour. And so those are just some perks that students are finding that are really beneficial to them as they're moving into this next chapter.
And not to put you on the spot, but sometimes we like comparative data district by district. Do you happen to have any of those numbers of what that looks like? We're at 658, we're at
I knew you were going to ask this. I actually had reached out last week and again this morning to our state board, Carl Bowman, who was unable to get those, but I can tell you that another district who typically comes in behind us is still behind us in numbers, but that district specialist said, what percentage of your seniors earned the seal? And we are over 10%. And this person said, well, hang on, we have a lot of seals in our district and we're at 8 point something. So anyway, that gives us a little, because even though we are Alpine and we're large, numbers is one thing, but the percentage is another. Thank you. Anything else as I wrap up? Yeah.
Back to your mission. You don't have to go back to that slide, but what would be your North Star metric that's telling you you're accomplishing that mission? Is it the seal of biliteracy? Is it the proficiency that you're getting people to? What kind of is your indicator that we are achieving that purpose?
I think for us, it is the culmination of what our students are telling us. I love the Apple data. Shows me, my goal is to get the students as high as they can so that when they exit Alpine School District, they become these citizens that have these global competencies to connect with other people, verbally and culturally. And so that would be my North Star. The seal of biliteracy is beautiful and wonderful. That's my true North Star.
Just wondering about that cultural aspect, how, there's obviously an academic focus, but how are you teaching the culture?
When we started the IPA testing, we call it Integrated Performance Assessment, we ended up really shifting. Teachers in the past have been saying, oh, we'll have maybe a cultural Friday lesson and we're going to teach why everyone in Germany turns off their cars because there's 2 yellow lights and so forth. And we left that because now we're bringing in authentic resources. We're looking at an example that Rachel's team has used is they look at Airbnbs in Paris. If I'm taking my family to go to Disneyland in Paris, let's look at what houses look like on Airbnb sites. And that is different than just a separate culture lesson. And so we're really showing them that's just one piece of the cultural understanding and competencies. Yeah.
I have 2 questions. The first one is, do we have a feel for how many kids in the elementary dual language programs stay with it all the way through high school? Like, what percentage of our seal by literacy kids came through the DLI program?
I had a feeling that you or somebody would ask me that question.
Okay,
I
good.
don't know from the Skyward data team who in this group were DLI versus not, but I do know this. It's about 70% earned it through the Apple test and about 30% from AP. And my understanding, our DLI, they test in what, 9th grade? And so I would assume that of that 30%, that most of those are from the dual language branch. I'm actually going to look right over here to Jamie, who has been incredibly supportive. I reached out to her. She's helped me with all sorts of data with seal of biliteracy. She's one of the key people in helping us. Jamie, what would you say looking at it?
Percentage-wise, I'm not as brave as you want to assign numbers to it. It's been tricky because of when the process was started of identifying these students. We'll be tracking that better in the future. It's going back. Some of these seniors in that 658, some of those seniors had earned the seal their 9th grade year. And so, but it wasn't awarded to them until their senior year. Just as we've learned the process and tried to improve on that. And so it's been tricky to really articulate that. And there's reports and we're working on trying to get that. Most of them are earning it through the Apple test. Most of our 9th graders are earning it very early. It just, we haven't awarded it to them early. And so we haven't been able to track it.
Jamie's set up a tracking system. We already know that for the next year's seniors, the 2025, we have 500 and something students who have already qualified in English and a second language. It's already queued up, it's all ready to go. So now we'll be looking at our 2025 data to see who else we add to that.
And that's before the 2025 Apple testing window. Where
And
we'll,
so-
I don't know how many more we'll add to that.
Okay, question number 2. Do you have any feel for how many kids take a foreign language in junior high and then don't continue in high school? How many kids drop out, basically?
You know, it's gonna depend per school, and we have some clusters that have high attrition rates and some that have lower attrition rates. So I think it's really gonna depend on, it depends on the teacher and the power in that, in the cluster movement.
And why is the apple test given in March?
Because we want
Is
to,
there-
yeah, that's a really great question. All the DLI testing happens in the fall, and we want the students to have almost a full year of world language before we test them.
I just
And
wonder
so-
why not April or May?
Well, I can answer that one too.
Because it runs into all the other tests.
Let me think, the reading and the listening are both computer graded, so we have automatic results. The other 2 are human graded, and it takes about 2 weeks to get those results in. It's one of the things that make some of our jobs a little more complex after spring break, because we have the late testers, and so we're checking all
Well,
the
and can I
time.
add to that? And the reason that matters, we want to award the students this for graduation. They get to wear cords, they are honored at senior nights, and so if we wait any longer, they miss all of that because it takes too long to get the data to the schools.
Most of the schools print their senior night pamphlets. They send them to the printer by the end of the 3rd week of April. And so we have a really tight window, and then it goes till the end. I've had assistant principals call me at 7 in the morning, the morning of graduation. I found one more. Will you quickly vet them as well? So, okay.
Do you find a difference in completion, maturation, whatever you call it, field by literacy, based upon their entry level? So if they enter that language at 8th grade versus 9th grade, does it factor into their...
Rachel, I don't know that we have.
Their ability to be at level by level 3 or level 4 or level 5.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
so what does their entry level, so a lot of junior high, they'll do an introduction to 4 languages, 7th grade, and 8th grade they'll start with French 1, 9th grade French 2, or some wait and start at 9th grade, or some may start in high school, but
I have not seen a difference in that regard, other than they just can never get as high. So if I have, like my AP classes, they have to start French 1 in 8th grade. But by the time they're French 5, they're all over level, right? Almost, okay? Very, very high results. But in a level 3 course, in my level 3 course, I can teach sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And I don't see too much discrepancy between class, age, and results. It really just comes down to more students who have applied themselves or have maximized their minutes towards proficiency. That's what I call it in my classroom. Have you maximized your minutes towards proficiency? And those who do can qualify. But it's qualifying for a seal by literacy is rare in a level 3 class because of the minutes towards proficiency required to get to that level. But I haven't seen much of a difference between a senior, a junior, and a sophomore, who are all in my level 3 class. Maturity, yes. Language learning ability, maybe not, but sometimes it factors in.
so about 4 years to get.
And
Yes.
generally, I won't say all, generally most of our language students in Spanish, in German, in French will earn their seal by their 4th year. So that difference between intermediate low and intermediate mid is solidified in your 4th year of language learning. And then in Japanese, double it or triple it.
And it's interesting because some at different modes, they have to, for the Utah Seal by Literacy, they have to be an intermediate mid in speaking and in writing. And that is a shift. Even with that qualification shift, we have still seen incredible results in Alpine. Those are the 2 hardest ones, right? That's why they're human graded. Yeah, what, did you have another question?
Oh, I just, your barrier about the quality of your candidates
Oh, mhm.
for teaching. Who is the screen Who screens the candidates?
The admin teams.
So it'd be the principals?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a better way to do that?
I always love to be invited, if that's ever helpful.
Okay, I'm just sticking that out there.
Yeah.
Does foreign language count as a fine arts credit toward graduation, or where does it fit? I mean, it did at one point, I know.
We are the only content that is not a graduation requirement.
Although we can count as an alternate English credit.
We can.
Okay.
So a student in level 3 or above can count their foreign language or their world language class as an alternate.
Because for some kids that becomes a challenge in terms of their electives.
Scheduling, yes.
And all of that.
Right.
Okay.
And
It's
it's
a
also it's a barrier that's common to all of us. It's unintended consequence of this, but we are often first on the chopping block.
So you're addressing barriers within your control
Yeah.
somewhat. What are the barriers that are outside of your control that you wish we were more attentive to? or could
I think
address?
that this last one,
Yeah.
world language seems to come at the expense of when we're talking FTE, and I know that budget's tight. I get that. Principals talk to me about it for decades, and that would be one that would be really challenging, and that's why I really wanted you to see this team, this data that we are teachers of literacy, and we are building these skills that transfer everywhere, and why that I believe that should be taken into consideration before we're dropping a program because each class has less than 30 students in it.
Anything else from?
I have another question.
Just one more right here.
It used to be that many colleges required foreign language as an admission
Yeah.
requirement. Is that still the case? What are you hearing in terms of colleges?
Right. There's inside of Utah and outside of Utah. Inside of Utah, fewer are, but as we have as we have had opportunities to access people that are on screening committees, they say that anytime we have students that are saying, I was in a Japanese 4 class, or that is something that sets them apart. And outside of Utah, I know that a lot of our counselors still say, hey, if you're looking to play sports outside of Utah, you better have 2 years of a world language. It is, yeah. Okay. Thank you,
Anything else?
everybody. I appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you.
well done.
She just asked a question as I exit out of
I'm
here.
sorry.
How many languages are spoken in Alpine School District?
Yeah.
I actually just heard Anya say that it's 40?
44.
44 different
44.
languages in Alpine.
Oh, we are spoken. Okay, spoken. Do you have any data on the Portuguese or German?
What?
For still by literacy.
Yes, I do, and I would be more than, let me
later.
just share a spreadsheet with you again, and then you
That'd
can
be great.
see,
That'd be
you
great.
can see the
Thank you.
breakdown. Okay?
Thank you so much. Okay, we really don't have anything else on the agenda other than board governance, and we're going to turn that over to Mark as a board governance work session. So if you would like to leave at this point and go pursue other things or go home to your family, go ahead, because we don't have another formal presentation. I'm serious, you go ahead and leave. It's just, we're just doing a work session here. All right, Mark, talk to us.
Okay, so this is not a big deal, but we did want to remind everyone to make sure that you have your open meeting law read. And in case you have trouble, I was going to just run through the USBA new website. So when you come here, usba.cc, or you can go to utahschoolboards.org, which is a new domain that we picked up. And once you end up there, you see this complete my MBC. I'm sorry, Joylyn, that you're behind you. But when you go there, then it should ask for your email address, which will be something like alpinedistrict.org. And they should have sent you email showing how to do that, but If you can't remember, you can click this forgot password thing. And Sarah, it took a while. I
Yeah,
ended
it
up,
just-
or
yeah.
send Megan Mendez email. She, like, I just sent her email because Sarah couldn't remember hers, and like in 5 minutes she responded. So,
Okay.
And I'm on the committee to change everything that's on that website with the master boards. And if you find something that just frustrates you or you wish it would change,
It's been a few times.
oh, well,
Yeah.
send me a paragraph.
You didn't have that in the material.
Yeah, I
and
know.
here it is in the.
And we really did try, and I had Julie King in mind when I decided to do this, because I thought it may be good to divide it up, and we had talked about this as a committee, to have, so you're not doing the same things every year. I mean, there's some that we have to do, but you know, as you move along, and if you have more than 4 years on a board, you kind of want deeper, you know, stuff to look at, and so you're not so bored every time. But if you find something, or you have any feedback of things that maybe frustrate you on the MBC, on the Master Board certification, let us know so we can make some changes. 'Cause
In the past, it was frustrating because they have articles listed, and you click on them and nothing would come up. So all right. So if you've been on the board more than 4 years, do you just keep repeating level 4
yes.
over and over?
No, or you can go back.
we're trying to
Or
get
just,
it.
or,
They're
or
working
just
on
any
this.
level or what?
Well,
Just
we're
pick
trying
one
to
of
get
them.
first, you know, if it's your first year as a board member, second year, and just kind of working your way up. But we're trying to figure out what to call it. If you're more seasoned board members, so you're not getting the same information every year. But
So-
even if you have a suggestion of what you would like to see in that module, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And if if you haven't done any with the new thing, just pick level 1, and then next year pick level 2. So it is new
Mhm.
content, and
And
so
still, it's
yeah.
still.
So you can always go here to this featured, and here's all of them. You pick the one that you want to work on, and then it will show that you're enrolled.
And the OPMA is under what, the fundamentals?
It's under all of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'll look at it.
if you never enroll in one, then anyway, enroll first. Some people have like completed everything and they never enrolled, and so it didn't show that they completed it. And so then once you get in here, it'll allow you to do stuff. Again, here's open meeting law training is the first one, and so forth.
Yours says completed, right? Yeah, good
Mine
job,
says
Mark.
Mine says completed,
Yeah.
so that's good. And by the way, I think everybody can also go to this. If you go by your name and go to the admin page, then you can see a bunch of statistics. Among them is who's completed stuff. So here's all of the people that should be completing junk. And then, sorry,
Training.
important training, excuse me. But you can kind of see here what each person has been working on. And I'm now
Let's go to
admitting
Shades, just for fun.
that I'm
Hey, hey,
having a
what's my
hard
jump button?
time. Yeah, so again, if you look up your name, you can see what you've completed in each of these. And
Thanks, Mark.
I'm now going to say that I was hoping, here's my details. Enrollments. Okay, so here's the people that have completed them. If you don't see your name on there, then you know that you may not have enrolled in a course.
This year or?
This year, yeah. So
Wow, high expectations. I've done it before.
you still have until December
Okay.
to do it. So
These are the
Um,
completers.
these are
not-
the ones
not
that
the partials.
have completed. There's the completion date. So if you think it's screwed up, I'm not going to doubt you because this is a new system, and it's it didn't have me down for doing anything, and so I contacted Megan and said, hey, look, I've got all these done, I'm not showing up here. And so
She's
She
doing
can fix
something.
stuff. Anyway, go
So
ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
In the board docs, we had the risk management as audit, and it has a link to a training. And I think it's come through the state auditor's office, and I think I have completed that training once. But we got docked points because we all have not told somebody that we completed that
I
training.
think it's every year we
Does
have to
anybody-
complete it.
I thought it was only when you onboard.
Say that one more
When
time.
you onboard,
As a new board
as a
member.
new board member. But I don't,
There's also
I
there was a
don't remember.
training from the state auditor.
yeah.
Yeah,
there's
that's the
state
link.
auditor's training.
Anyway,
No. Because we got docked a few points because that wasn't reported, and I was like, I could have reported that to somebody.
I did the state auditor's training.
When we do the state auditor's training, who should we report that to?
That's the question. Thank you.
Jason, you know how they report that?
Yes.
I reported to Julie because you're the one that sent this email. So I said, I finished it. You can see where
Yeah,
my...
a year ago, Mark. A year
I'm only
ago, I told you to take the training. So
I'm
thank
just
you.
telling you that
He did it pretty
I
quickly.
did it pretty quick. So, but that is a great question, is who should we report to? So when we get...
So it gets on the report.
Yeah, I
We
think
don't
they
wanna
sent
be
me
the
an
weak link.
official certificate too when I finished. And I don't know what I did with that at all. Okay, that was
I've done
really,
it twice.
by the way, I'm now going to say that there is some interesting things you can get to when you first go to the USDA's website. They basically redid everything. And so when you first pop in here, you'll come to this page, and this is a little different, but if you just page down, there's all kinds of stuff you get without looking at menus even. So here's all the most important stuff. Here's USDA programs and Facebook posts for USDA. So it is a different look and feel if you haven't been here recently. You can also look under these headings and get information that the open meeting law is also up here on one of these trainings. So anyway, take a look at this because it should be all new and all hopefully better. Here's Richard. See, we even have our own Richard Stoll, who's
So, on the training we need to do,
Yeah.
do we just start over at level 1, or do we?
If you haven't done it this year, just start at level 1.
Okay, because like I did level 1 and level 2 last year, so then I started level 1
You,
again this
you
year.
can do whatever you want. If you want to enroll in 3, that's fine. I don't think they're different right now, Sarah can correct me. But I think they're working on making
And you
them.
have to go through all 4 every year.
No,
No.
just one per year.
Just one.
I
Send me
understand.
an email. We'll make sure we look at
Yeah, some people did that. They did all four of them in 1 year.
That's what I did, overachieved, and I didn't get it.
I'm saying, yeah, I was just trying to give you a hard time.
Uh,
Okay, that's all.
Okay, I think dinner will be ready in about 5 minutes.
Yep,
Okay,
that's the goal.
so back to you, President Hacken.
I think we're done here, so let's go ahead and have a leisurely dinner break and see if we'll be back at 6.
Have we sent to you the world language presentation?
it. Yeah, but it says request denied.
I sent you another
yeah,
link.
if
We
it's
converted it from
images.
PowerPoint to the slides, and so you got another email right after that one. And then the board studies, the board session, you'll have I'll come by the numbers here in just a few minutes. Okay, thank you, Scott.
Tonight. My name is Ada Wilson. I serve on the board representing the West Orem and Vineyard area, and it's my privilege to conduct tonight. We will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Vicki Carter, followed by an inspirational thought by Heather Chamberlain.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is Heather here? Well, in the absence of an inspirational thought, I will just say that we have made it through our first month of the school year, so yay. And we just appreciate all of our educators and staff, support staff, who show up every day for our kids to make learning an enjoyable experience for them. So thank you to all of you who have made this beginning of the year eventful and yet not so eventful. We like non-eventful sometimes. As the Board of Education, it's important for us to recognize various accomplishments made by students, employees, and patrons from throughout Alpine School District. As we honor these individuals tonight, we want to thank and acknowledge the families and others who have helped them achieve their goals. Thank you for the support you've offered to those that we recognize at this time. We appreciate you coming. And after we're through with recognitions, if you have a busy agenda tonight, we don't have a huge agenda tonight. If you feel like you need to leave at that point, that would be appropriate, and we will not think any of the less for you doing that. We are excited to honor various individuals tonight from Westmore Elementary. Eric Woodhouse is going to, from the Alpine Foundation Board, will make some presentations for our You Make a Difference Awards.
It's an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Alpine Foundation. There's a reason, if you're here tonight to be recognized, there's a reason you're being recognized. And I think this is important for us to take time to recognize those individuals in our schools that make such a difference. Because why we are here and the work that we do is all about children. And the fact that you are able to make a difference to these children means a lot to us, and especially as an Alpine Foundation Board. So as I call your name, I will read the statement of why you're being recognized, and then if you would just come up here and stand, and then we will go through all 6 individuals, okay? So first up, we have Allison Madsen. These are our support professionals. Allison, you want to come up? Allison Madsen is the School Community Outreach Coordinator. She is always looking for ways to help coordinate individual family needs with different resources throughout the community. She has made such a positive impact on the lives of several families. So, Allison, congratulations. Ruth Hahn. Is Ruth here? Ruth, you come up? Ruth Hahn is our librarian, and she has helped countless students fall in love with reading. She will share their love of reading with all students. She will share her love of reading with all students, but she will also go out of her way to help students learn how to read, and she will encourage them to read for the stars. Thank you, Ruth. That's awesome. Okay, our teachers. Rachel Johnson, will you please come up? Rachel Johnson is the PLC Professional Learning Community Coach for our school, and she has helped several teams, individual teachers, and students realize their full potential. She approaches every situation with a positive attitude. That's awesome. Congratulations. Danica Collins, are you here? Awesome. Danica Collins has left a positive and lasting impression on the entire community. Her optimistic approach has helped many students feel valued and appreciated. That's awesome, Danica. Thank you. And last but definitely not least, these are our volunteers. And volunteers don't even get paid to do it, and they continue to show up. So these dedicated individuals are awesome. So Chantel LeBaron, will you please come up? Chantel always helps unify and bring the entire community together. She helps to provide Spanish translation at PTA events and helps to serve as a bridge between different communities. That's awesome. Thank you. And then finally, Joelle Taylor, will you please come up? Joelle Taylor is always willing to help all students at the school. She will always show up at different school events and help anyone at any time. So these are our foundation You Make a Difference awards. Thank you, you guys.
Thank you so much. And we'd now like to take a picture. Hold on. Anytime you visit Westmore Elementary, you come away with a feeling of family. Their faculty and their staff are so united and in doing what needs to be done to impact learning in their school. We'd now like to turn time over to Principal Vic Larson and Mrs. Bowman, right? Yep. For introducing us to some outstanding Westmore students.
All right, let's see. So I'm going to raise this up a bit here. Well, I'm excited to recognize some amazing students within our school community here. So students, if you hear your name, you get to come up here, you get to shake my hand, and then we're going to have some people pass out a certificate and a little like coin medal or medallion for you, and we're just going to have you line up like what the adults did, okay? So first up, we're excited to start with our kindergartners. So the first one is Theodore Hageman. So come on down. I saw you. Where are you? There, come on down. So, good. All right, and then you're. All right, so let me read a little bit about him. He is a true friend to all. One day, a non-English speaking student looked a bit confused, and he yelled out, "Hey, you belong with us," and reached out to the student. He's always willing to help all feel included in our school. So thank you. We'd like to recognize a first grader. I don't know if they're here yet. Damian Plume. Are you here? Oh, yeah, there you are. I see. Okay. Come on down. So when we were talking as a first grade team, this is what his teacher said. At Westmore Elementary, follow what we call the Wildcat way of being respectful, responsible, and safe. And all of the first grade teachers, he is a student who's always willing to show respect to all students and teachers and other faculty members, and he's always doing what he can to keep others safe. Next up, we have Emir Huerta. I don't know if you're here. Yeah, there you are. I see. Come on down. Congratulations. All right, this is what his teachers say about him. He is also another great example of a student who's following the Wildcat way. He's always respectful to his teachers and also, most importantly, to his other classmates. He's responsible by staying on task, completing his homework and his classwork. Amir is kind, and he is always reaching out to help other students around him. We'd like to recognize Dottie Shelton. Oh, there you are, Dottie. Come on down. So I love what the teacher said about Dottie. Dottie has a beautiful desire to learn and grow. Dottie goes above and beyond with every task required of her. She asks questions when she doesn't understand something, and she helps others without being prompted. It's a great job, Dottie. We'd like to recognize Solomon Primera. Come on down. Good job, my friend. And this is what his teacher said about him. He is one of the most hardworking and eager students around. He's quick to learn English, and most importantly, he's willing to help others around him. If he doesn't know the answer, he's respectful and he asks for help from his teachers and others, which in turn, he's willing to help his friends. It's a great job. Next up, we'd like to recognize Isla Ely. Isla, are you? Oh, there you are. I was looking in the back, sorry. So Isla recently moved here from California and has quickly internalized the Wildcat way and the culture of learning kindness and collaboration at our school. She's an incredibly hard worker and receives feedback well. She's a good friend to others and demonstrates respect for everyone. And lastly, we'd like to recognize Caitlin Sindridge. Come on down. Caitlin is a bright, kind, and hardworking student. She adds so much to the learning atmosphere with her thoughtful ideas and connections. She's always trying to do her very best and brings a lot of joy to the classroom. So, Caitlin.
Students, thanks so much for your wonderful example, and I hope that this is the beginning of many times that you are an example and maybe recognized for your achievements. We'll now hear a little bit more about Westmore.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to brag about Westmore Elementary. It's a school I've grown to love dearly. As I've been here now, this is the start of my 3rd year here at Westmore Elementary. So there are some fun facts I'd like to share with you as a board and also to the community. This last year, about 70% of our students qualified for free and reduced lunch, with about around a third of our students are considered multi-language learners, and about 20% of our students are new to the country, meaning they've enrolled within that school year from another country. And I have to say, I love those dynamics. Those are probably some of the funnest statistics I ever get to share about our school. And I love sharing those particular statistics for this reason. It represents me as an individual. As I have gone through school, I've had a chance to grow and to learn as an individual. When I was younger, I was raised by a single mom. English is not my first language, and so I learned English in the public school system. And I feel it a great honor to be here at Westmore Elementary to continue that same passion I gained as a student with this community. And I love them dearly, and I just want to share that with the whole board. With that said, some other statistics I would like to share with you is this. This past year on our RISE assessment, our English language arts proficiency raised by just almost 3%. Our multi-language learners are considered proficient. About 8% of them are considered proficient, while the state average is 2% and the district average is 3%. And our early literacy scores increased by 2% as well. And I think it shows the tenacity of this community. It shows the grit of our teachers and our willingness to dig deep and to work hard. Now, beyond the numbers, this is what I would like to share with you. My first year, so 2 years ago when I was at Westmore Elementary, it was coming close to fall or to winter break, and I had a 6th grader come up to me and he said, "Hey, Mr. Larson, will there be extra food for the winter break?" And I was honest with him. I said, "No, I don't have anything for you at this time." And through the power of social media, I shared that quick experience, and before I knew it, not only did the Westmore community rally around, but the community at large came together. And within a matter of days, not weeks or months, but days, we collected food kits to last for 2 weeks for over 50 families. We passed out those food kits, and in turn, we had generous donors contribute to our foundation accounts to help pay off student accounts, their meal accounts, or to purchase additional materials for them. At the return of that winter break, I had that same student come up to me, or rather just before we left on that break, I mean. He comes up to me and was kind of soggy, it was pretty wet and slushy, and he hands to me a dented, ripped can. And he said, "Mr. Larson, I know you're the one who did this for us. And I can't give you much, but I can give you my favorite beans." And he goes, "And I'm sorry, I dropped it in the snow. And it's ripped and it's dented, but I promise you it's gonna taste good." And I have that can with me as a reminder to myself that schooling is more than just the numbers. It's the stories that go behind it. And Westmore Elementary has been in operation now for 74 years. And as I have had a chance to be with this community for such a short time, I can see the true power of that community. Once a wildcat, always a wildcat. At the beginning of this year, I had a grandma come into the school and said, "Hey, my kids went to Westmore. I don't have any kids anymore. What can I do to help?" And so as we talked, she said, "You know what? Let me buy you a case of paper, some spiral notebooks, and some pencils to put in your workroom." And the next day, she showed up with 2 cases of paper, a bundle of notebooks, pens and pencils, and said, "This is all I can do, but I hope it helps." And to me, that's the power of Westmore. It's the power of our community. And I hope that you saw that with our students as they came up. A common theme that was shared by the teachers was that they're always willing to help their friends. And then with the adults in the room, as well as our certified teachers, our classified members, our support staff, and our parent volunteers, Even though there might be times that are hard and we hear the stories that are heartbreaking and traumatic, they show up every single day with a positive attitude and an optimistic outlook on life. And I believe it's the adults who have made such a powerful difference in the lives of the students that allows our classes to continue to improve. And it is amazing to see the energy and to feel the synergy that exists within our school as we continue to overcome different educational obstacles, personal lives that have different challenges that come up. And lastly, I just want to share that for the last couple of years, we've had a community outreach coordinator, and she was recognized today. And even though this is her first year, she has jumped on board, and she's helped to maintain a relationship that we have with the UVU dental hygiene program that provides free dental cleaning exams to our students at no cost. We are now proud to say that we're an outreach center for community action, as we will now have a food pantry that will be stocked by them, that will be housed at our school as well, that will benefit not only our students, but the community at large. We truly are a community outreach school. We believe that when we take care of the student and the families and the communities, they will continue to grow and excel. And that's how Westmore Elementary is achieving Alpine District's vision for learning. We're excelling in all of those aspects. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Principal Larson, and all of you for exemplifying our theme, which is excellence at work. That is what is at work at Westmore. It's got a great tradition, and it's a beautiful, remodeled school, and wonderful things happen there, even when things might be overwhelming. You make it work, so thank you so much. It is now time for community comments. Let me read my little cheat sheet here. We have up to 30 minutes set aside for public comment, and this is an opportunity that we like to reserve. Thank you for those who are here in supporting your students. We'd like to reserve this 30 minutes for those that actually live in Alpine School District boundaries. There's a sign-up sheet that was available prior to this meeting, allowing for up to 10 patrons to speak to us. If you live outside of Alpine School District or you are unable to have a time slot or are watching online, we do encourage you to submit written comments on our website, and there is also a QR code out in the lobby that will direct you to a comment form. As you are called up, please introduce yourself by stating your name, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes to speak. There'll be a timer within your sight. While the board does not engage in a discussion during public comment period, they may arrange for a staff member to communicate with you later. Personnel issues are not appropriate discussion items for an open meeting such as this. If you have a personnel concern, please contact a member of the administration and put your concerns in writing and address it to the Board of Education. Okay, I think that's it. With that, we will start by hearing from Christy Esperson, followed by Stephanie Dorsey. Please correct me if I get your name wrong.
My name is Christy Esperson. Good evening, school board. I address you this evening with a heartfelt plea to approve funding for construction of the new high school in Saratoga Springs. The urgency of this matter cannot be overstated, as the current state of affairs have resulted in repeated delays and unfilled promises. It is disheartening to observe that despite representing over 51% of the students in the district, 3 board members are not given a seat at the table. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming November elections, all students remain under your responsibility for 3 more years. It's laughable to think you'll halt all capital construction or capital projects until then. So it is unconscionable to stop the imminent need for a new building in the West. I implore you to set aside personal priorities and prioritize the well-being of our students. Approving the funding for the new high school today is not only the right thing to do, but your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next, after Stephanie, is Heather Lambert.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Dorsey. I am the PTA president at North Point Elementary School, and I'm the parent to 3 little girls that are currently enrolled there. I want to start by thanking Joylyn for coming to our PTA meeting last week and answering a plethora of questions in probably our longest PTA meeting on record and most well attended both virtually and in person. It was very valuable for our parents and staff to get a better understanding of the climate in which our school is occupying. I'm here tonight as a very concerned mother about class sizes, specifically at North Point, and the negative impacts that that can and will have on my daughter's education, as well as the success and well-being of the other students at North Point. I'm a psychologist, and so by nature, I go to studies to look up what are these long-term effects that we're having of class sizes. And as far back as the 80s, we can see studies that show larger class sizes, students don't fare as well as in smaller class sizes. Students in smaller class sizes, by the time they're in 8th grade, often can be a year ahead. New studies have come out and saying that the quality of educators trump the class size. And I would agree with some of that. We have fabulous educators at North Point, but we can only expect our teachers to be at their best, doing their very darndest to educate 30+ students in a class of 3rd graders for so long. We have lost wonderful educators who have left the field because of burnout due to class size and behaviors that are commonplace. For us at North Point, we have an entire grade that has over 30 students. While we understand that having a school built by next year is not going to happen, what is going to happen is an additional 1,300 units being completed at Gardner Point and River Point, not including a community along 2,300 with less than 20 lots left to complete, will be zoned for North Point. Let's say 50% of those units have one elementary school age child. That's an estimated 680 students that would be coming to North Point. What we need to do is I'm imploring you to reevaluate the boundaries for North Point, exploring sending students from the exchange directly across 2100 to Liberty Hills, which has a significantly smaller population, to better serve the students that we already have and the anticipation of the incoming students that we are anticipating coming. We can only expect so much from our teachers and the staff, and we want to serve the current students and our incoming students to the best of our abilities and support the staff in the way that they so rightly deserve. We thank you so much for your hard work and your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Heather will be followed by Wendy Jensen.
Hello, my name is Heather Lambert. I stand before you all tonight as a concerned parent and citizen, as many others have come before you recently as well, all asking for a new high school to be built out west, or at least to add this subject to your agenda. And with each request, we have been denied or given empty promises and false hope. So tonight I will change my tactics. I challenge all of you who continue to vote no on the subject and your dedication for the safety of our children of the Alpine School District. The Alpine School District School Board Member Code of Conduct states that you should reflect upon the question, what is best for all children? And remembers the importance of equity in education across the district. It is continuing to ignore the dangerously overcrowded schools out west what is best for those children? What about the children that attend seismically outdated schools in the east? How about the schools waiting for security upgrades to protect the children and adults from potentially dangerous intruders? I understand that the West is not the only area with critical needs. I will advocate for all children. Let me briefly address these concerns. Westlake High School is dangerously overcrowded. You may be asking how overcrowding is considered a danger. I'm sure the fire marshal keeps you updated on the fire codes and such, but let me offer a few other reasons. With a great number of students attending the school comes a great deal more vehicles on the road. This greatly increases the chances of car and pedestrian accidents. And sadly, we witness this increase in accidents. Another concern is, what if there's an emergency at the school? Yes, I know they practice drills and there are policies in place, but people react differently in real situations than in a drill. And with emotions running high and adrenaline pumping, moving over 3,200 students through the halls can quickly become dangerous, as students may be trampled, pushed, hurt, or get lost. That also brings me to getting through the hallways every day. There are so many students in the hallway at the same time, trying to get across the school to make it to their next class. It is overwhelming. Getting bumped, stepped on, touched, most accidental and unwelcome. And they must endure this at least 4 times every day. What about the schools that are seismically outdated? What will happen to the students in those schools in the event of an earthquake? And the schools waiting for security updates? Whether it's cameras, fixing locks on doors, or adding locks to doors, or anything else, those play a big part in securing our schools and protecting the precious minds that work inside. Can you control how people drive their cars? How students might react in the event of an emergency? The crippling fear of a student that they might feel as they brave the overcrowded hallways during passing time. When might an earthquake happen? If a dangerous intruder will come? No. But you can control the variables which make these schools a higher risk. Building a new high school will reduce the numbers of students at Westlake and lower the risk of dangerous situations. Updating the schools in need of seismic upgrades will reduce the risk of injury in the event of an earthquake, and upgrading security measures at the schools that need them will reduce the risk of potential harm entering their school. I know that money does not grow on trees, but I do know that there is a way to lower the risk variables now, or at least get them started. But holding the needs of these communities hostage while you sit and wait for ballot results on November 5th is unethical. Even if Props 11 and 14 pass in November, we will continue to be Alpine School District for a couple years to come. You owe it to the children of Alpine School District to continue to provide education, safety, and equity until the very end. If you are not committed to holding up the code of conduct until the end of your term, then I say you have no business sitting up there representing our children, and you need to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. And now we'll have, sorry, that was Heather. I wrote my notes in the wrong name. Thank you, Heather. I apologize. And this is Wendy, followed by Carrie Minears.
For some reason, I can't open this. Maybe it'd be good for everyone, but no.
Wendy Jensen.
My name is Wendy Jensen. I'm from Saratoga Springs. As I reflect on what to say today, I find myself at a loss of words, not because there's nothing to say, but because a lack of integrity shown by some of you on this board. Our board members have requested multiple times to put the new high school on the agenda, yet you continue to ignore this request. By doing this so, you are not just ignoring them, you are ignoring thousands of parents and children. This is neglect. Time and again, votes have ended 3-4 with the other 4 board members' decisions that serve only their own interests. We have 2 incredible board members who truly advocate for our area, yet their efforts are undervalued. They can't even get a basic item on the agenda, like the high school, because you won't allow it. Even the Lehigh board member has asked you to put the high school on the agenda, and you've ignored her too. Some of you will be remembered as the board who didn't care, who refused to build the new high school, and who turned a deaf ear to the voices of thousands of parents and children. This is not just about the school. This is about my community, their community. Ada, in your words on your Facebook, there is a right way and a right time to allow the west of Alpine District to become independent. You won't allow it? This is unacceptable. The right time is now. Many of you are trying to stand in the way of our progress. What gives you the right to make that decision? I pray in November that the Central and the West communities come together and vote for our own districts, where our board members will be respected, our parents will be heard, and our children's education will be prioritized no matter where they live. These are our children, and it is our God-given right to advocate for them. I lost all respect for some of you on the board and for the group that you support, Stronger Together, which has shown no regard how they treat others. Our children deserve better, and our communities deserve to be heard. I have been up here numerous times and asked you to build our high school. I will ask you one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Carrie will be followed by Michael Jensen.
Hi, my name is Cassie Miners.
Cassie, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. And I am a parent of North Point Elementary students. I had my son graduate to the ALL program at North Point in May, and I have 2 little girls currently there, one in 1st and one in 4th grade. And our school has phenomenal teachers. We love our faculty, we love our teachers, we love the parents, and there's an incredible sense of community and support there. And we want to protect that and help it progress into the future so that our students can have a great education. I've served as a room mom and volunteer. I love to go on field trips and spend time in the classrooms and with the kids as much as I possibly can. And over the course of the past couple of years, I've had a lot of time on field trips next to teachers and in the classroom and have observed them and the burden that's placed on them in these classrooms that are overcrowded, and they don't have, I'm sorry, my phone is ringing. They're a little bit under-resourced as to the children that are being placed in our schools coming from these high-density developments. The burden on our teachers is growing, and I'm watching as from the older to the younger kids, their education is deteriorating, and I'm really concerned about that. This is happening because our school is almost solely carrying the burden of these huge developments, high-density housing developments that Stephanie has spoken to, roughly the numbers on those developments, but we're looking in the many hundreds of kids that will be coming into our school in the next year and even more in the next 2 to 3 years. Our current student body sits around 1,050 to 1,100, I believe, somewhere around there. And we just can't accommodate this many more kids coming into our school. There's the issue of location and the site and safety issues around that, but my primary concern is around the burden we're placing on our teachers and the quality of education that our students are getting there. We understand that due to the previously proposed bond being rejected, there's not really a prospect of a school being built in the next couple of years. That's unfortunate. We also understand that you may feel hesitant to address this issue right now because of a potential split of our school district. But because there's little prospect of immediate relief in the next 3 to 5 years, we ask that you do a boundary study and familiarize yourself with what's going on and the growth in our area. And we would just like to share the burden of this high-density housing with several schools instead of carrying that burden all on our own. In addition to the overcrowding, I just have one more item that really concerns me. Our site presents a huge safety risk to our kids because it has 18 points of entry to our playground that are being used. I ask that you please provide the funding to secure our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Michael will be followed by Candace Jones.
All right, sorry, I'll take my glasses off so I can see. My name is Michael Jensen from Saratoga Springs. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I stand here today as a concerned citizen and parent, reflecting on a series of alarming actions that have occurred under the leadership of this board over the past few years. These actions have eroded public trust and call into question the integrity of those overseeing the education of our children. First, it is well known that an individual violated state law by releasing a video urging district employees and teachers to vote against a proposed split. Let us remember, this was not a campaign against an external against an external initiative, but against the board's own initiative at the time. It is unacceptable for someone in such a position to attempt to sway public employees in this manner, especially when it contradicts the very leadership of this board. Second, the so-called third-party MGT study intended to provide an objective analysis was manipulated. Key data, facts, and wording were altered, wasting taxpayer time and money. If a study's integrity is compromised, it should be declared null and void, and the funds paid for it should be returned to the district, unless a legitimate, unbiased report is conducted within a clear time frame mandated by the State Board of Education. This is nothing more than a misuse of resources. And most recently, during the study session not 2 weeks ago, it was uncovered or brought to light by a member of this very board that outdated information from previous years was being presented as current data. This is a clear violation of trust. These three issues alone point to a pattern of deception primarily led by the leadership. I am calling upon the state, as much as I hate to say this, I would call upon the Utah State Board of Education to launch an immediate investigation into the actions of those responsible for these repeated missteps. Moreover, there's a growing concern about the exclusion of discussions regarding a desperately needed high school on the west side. Despite public and board member requests, it appears that some members of this board, along with the leadership, are intentionally avoiding the matter, perhaps due to the ongoing discussion about the district split. If true, this represents a deliberate disregard for the needs of our students in the West, and it must be addressed. I would also urge the state board to step in and then oversee all capital investments until the current ballot issues are resolved to ensure that no area is left behind. That includes all areas within Alpine School District. Lastly, with the last 27 seconds I have, I would like to publicly address the group Stronger Together, led by a school district and some PTA leadership. This group has been pushing false narratives and pressuring teachers, volunteers, and parents to conform to their views. They have resorted to contacting nonprofit organizations, employers, and now ecclesiastical leaders to force their will on the public. This strong-arm approach is unacceptable and must come to an end. I call on all individuals involved to step down and for the state PTA to also take immediate action to remove individuals involved in this coercive behavior. This group is entitled to their own opinions, but they are not entitled to intimidate or silence others. I encourage those who have been affected to come forward so that we can bring an end to this manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Candace, followed by our last commenter, Crystal Muhlstein.
Good evening, board. I am very grateful to be able to have this opportunity to speak to you. I think I know of many of you. I've worked with you in many capacities, most recently as a DCC member. I've lived in Lehigh for 12 years and have been actively involved in PTAs, SUCs, and a myriad of other capacities over these past 12 years. I'm sharing my thoughts as a citizen and as a parent in our great community. I've been able to attend multiple open houses, PTA, SEC meetings, trainings, and so forth with the city, district, and respective schools. I feel grateful for the service you have each given to our community, and I'm grateful for our board members and city councils that have worked together to look for solutions that can help alleviate some of these concerns that have been expressed tonight. Specifically tonight, I'm representing North Point as a parent and our current school crisis. You've heard a lot about Saratoga Springs. North Point kind of borders right on Saratoga Springs. In my capacities, I've been able to serve schools like Dry Creek, Meadow, North Point, and River Rock. 3 of the West Lehigh elementary schools, Dry Creek, River Rock, and North Point, all have over 1,000 students. This has been the case for over 5 years. I've watched in my capacity as a leader as Dry Creek and North Point and River Rock have looked for creative ways to mitigate the overcrowding in their classrooms. Dry Creek is reaching almost 1,200 students. Many of the enrollment numbers that are posted don't include preschool. I would ask that the board would also look at opportunities to maybe, instead of having preschool students in these schools, to be able to focus on the K through 6 students. All the classrooms are utilized and the class sizes are large, has been also represented tonight. This is not healthy. We have already witnessed, this is also not safe. We have also witnessed a bicycling accident within a few short weeks of the school starting. And we are now situated on a 5-lane street with parking barely enough to house the employees. The neighborhoods are now overflowing with extra cars to be able to handle the amount of population that our school has. In our recent PTA member, we were able to invite the city as well, and the traffic engineer presented data that included that 2300 West was slated to be a 5-lane road since 1980, and this was never changed. This is something that we're also going to take up with Lehigh City. Most notably, our developments west of the Jordan River has over 7,000 units. I just want to close by asking that the board support a boundary study for the Lehigh West Elementary schools. And in doing so, we're grateful that Lehigh Elementary was not closed, and there are 2 elementary schools that we could possibly look at as extra housing.
Thank you, Candace. Crystal.
Good evening. I'm here to address the closure study of Windsor Elementary School. I have discussed this issue with many employees at Windsor Elementary School, parents of children at that school, and other community members. And the consensus is everybody already feels defeated. We have faced this situation for now the 3rd time in 2 years in one form or another. And nobody feels like speaking up actually does anything. So I'm here trying my best to speak up for my community. Our community feels like we've expressed our concerns over and over again, and yet we are here in the same situation again because surrounding schools have low enrollment. I encourage you to look at more than just enrollment numbers when you address this issue, but also look at the safety issues of putting more kids into surrounding schools who do not have the capacity or infrastructure in place to support as many people being driven or walking to school in those areas. Northridge Elementary School is down a narrow neighborhood street. Oftentimes, traffic is backed up onto 1600 North during pickup and drop-off time, making that situation very unsafe for cars and pedestrians alike. The situation at Orchard Elementary is even worse because of its proximity to Canyon View Junior High. I have had kids at Canyon View Junior High for a couple of years, and I have had more tenuous situations with pedestrians and children from both Orchard and Canyon View than I ever have at Windsor, and having kids there for more than 10 years. It cannot handle that many kids in that area with 2 schools at one time. I understand that Windsor, a third of the building has some seismic issues. However, in the United States, there are 2 to 3 million people a year who are injured or worse in car accidents. 7,500 or 75,000 people are injured or worse in vehicular pedestrian accidents each year in the United States. But when it comes to earthquakes, less than 6,000 people are hurt each year. And yet you want to close a school that is full, needed, and successful to fix problems in other schools that have enrollment issues. I also feel like it would take away the equity of school access from those who need it most. It would make school harder to access for our most vulnerable populations by closing Windsor Elementary. I have looked into the issue of how can we fix Windsor? What can we do? Nobody is asking for a brand new building. We just want the school fixed and seismically safe for our population. As I understand it, there have been FEMA grants that have been granted for the past 10, 15, maybe even 20 years for this issue, and I urge you to look into that. We just need a third of our building fixed to be able to keep the school open for the kids who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Crystal. We appreciate all of those who have taken time to address the board tonight. Superintendent,
Yes, you have received your routine business for this meeting, and I recommend you accept the routine business.
I move that we accept the
Do
routine.
I hear a motion? Sorry.
Jump the gun.
Sorry.
I move that we approve the routine business. I second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Sarah and a second from Sarah Hacken. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Aye. Okay, action item number 1, Superintendent.
Yes, we'd invite our Executive Director of Legal Services to come forward, Craig Brinkerhoff. We have 2 policies that have been revised. We recommend your approval of those revisions. The first is policy 6076, trampoline and rebounding devices.
Yeah, just as a quick summary of the updates to this particular policy. This policy hasn't been updated for over 20 years, 40 years, sorry, 82. We added a statement of policy to this particular policy. It had lacked one previously. We also just made some clarifications to it. We had considered retirement of this policy, but our risk manager in particular requested that it be kept because this is a contentious issue at times, whether or not there can be things such as bounce houses in schools. So we elected that we would bring it for renewal.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve policy 6076 stated.
I second.
Okay, moved by Mark Clement and seconded by Joylyn Lincoln. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, item number 2.
Yes, this is policy 6161, selection and adoption of instructional materials. The board has reviewed this a couple times, and we've got some more revisions and recommend your approval of the revisions to policy 6161.
Yeah, this policy needs no introduction. It's been seen a couple times. We did accommodate some of the minor requests that were asked from our last board meeting, and we feel like this is in a good place where it's ready to be approved.
All right, do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve policy 6161.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Sarah Hacken and seconded by Sarah Beeson. Is there any discussion?
I was just wondering if you could kind of highlight those sections that have been rewritten since last board meeting.
So yeah, in particular, there's some very minor changes. One was that we removed a 30-day time limit on appealing a decision for a book. That 30-day time limit really applies to the amount of time that we have to give a decision to USBE about where our book stands, but the board in particular can hear appeals on a book really at any time, and then once the board makes the decision or the final decision on an appeal, then it's more solidified for several years based on the code. So that was the main change that we made to this one since last time.
I just want to point out that we're obligated to be in compliance with the law, and so that's why a lot of these changes are being made. Sometimes we don't always agree with the law, but we don't have a choice in that matter. So
yeah, and this policy was originally adopted for the first time, I think it was 2 years ago. Every legislative session there's updates to it to clarify, to change it, and so this primarily is coming before you again because of those legislative changes, and then we've just had a couple tweaks and requests from board members since then.
any further discussion?
I'm going to make this statement I always make when this policy comes
I
up.
hear this coming.
I take very seriously the oath that we, as elected officials, have to swear that we will support, obey, and defend the Constitution. My personal take on this is that the law is a violation of the First Amendment, so I'll be voting in opposition. I appreciate the policy committee and the hours that went into making sure this complied with state code, and it's not a reflection on their work whatsoever. It's just my personal stance on the bill in which this is falling under.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Any others? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I see 2 board members voted nay. Is that correct? Thank you. All right, Superintendent.
Yes, we have a report to invite our Executive Director of Leadership Results and School Performance to come forward with our research and data team. Appreciate their work and keeping us data driven and data informed, and so we're grateful for their work, and we'd like to share with the board and the public some information about student achievement in Alpine School District. So we'll turn the time over to you, Scott, and you can introduce your team.
Thank you, Superintendent. We are excited to be able to share some of the information that has been collected from the results and achievement team. Opportunities like this to share, this is what this team's passionate about, is sharing results and where the information is coming from, where evidence is being used in Alpine School District, so we can make informed decisions at our school level. To my left, we have Jason Croton. He's the Director of Results and Achievement, and Brandon Jackson is Assistant Director. I think you'll find the information they have fascinating. We've tried to pull some information from all parts of the district, also highlighting some areas, but also giving some good feedback for everybody to be able to get a pulse of where we're at. We are also scheduled, so we'll have a repeat of performance in about a month to come back, where the embargo data that's currently embargoed will be released September 30th we can share, and also graduation will be finalized so we can share some other information. One other quick note with the results and achievement team. This year is the first year we've combined our efforts from elementary and secondary into one team. And some of the purpose of that is to consolidate some of the efforts so there's no replication of work, and the amount of work that this team puts out is incredible. They house all the testers that go out through all the schools. They analyze everything K through 12, but their how they work together is pretty outstanding, and it's exciting to see how things are starting to look in Alpine School District, not just from the results, but also just the consistency. So when things get vetted to make sure that things are accurate, this team is on board. And so just even the information tonight, they go through it multiple times with our team to make sure it's accurate. And the service there is for any department in the district to be able to say, hey, we've got some information, we want to make sure it's accurate, so when it goes public, we can have a good confidence level that what the public is seeing is accurate. And so one of the challenge we put together with this team to combine it is so that data also evidence has a uniform look, so you can see, hey, this has the stamp of Alpine School District on it. And so without further ado, I'll turn the time over to Jason.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you for letting us present. Thank you for your time. We love to look at the data and talk about the data. And something that Principal Larson said is there are people behind the numbers, right? There's teachers, students, parents, and I think we can get lost in that sometimes. We look at a number and we can make a judgment, and part of our job is to look at the numbers, but then to understand that there's people behind that. And sometimes numbers are a quick snapshot of where we are, and it's not indicative of everything that's happening at a school. Couple updates of data that is coming. USBE has been quicker getting finalized data this year, which has been great for us, but also a lot of work is now coming our way at the same time. We are testing Acadians beginning of year right now. We're finishing up. We're excited to look at those results next month to see like where we're at for our baseline. And you can see the data that's coming in October. And what we want to do is kind of correlate some of that data and look at our student groups, look at how students are scoring on the WIDA assessment and how does that relate to Acadians and RISE and Aspire, and to see what is happening in our district. So today, we want to talk about some finalized Acadians reading data and some RISE data that was just barely finalized that we've been able to start to look at. So Acadians reading, just a reminder, it's a screener. It kind of gives us a snapshot of students that might be at risk with their early literacy skills. Schools take that data and they intervene, they teach, and they extend, and it really identifies students that need the support and then students that we just need to sustain and keep that progress going. We shared a similar slide, I think it was in March, with the amount of students that we're testing with our tester team. And so you can see for end of year, we tested 42,000 plus students, and we have a tester team that does that. A lot of people ask, well, why do we have a team that's doing that? And with a team, we've been doing that since 2015, and that team of testers are so highly trained that they're all testing the same way, they're scoring the same way, and that one puts a load off schools, off the teachers. We go into a school and we can test the entire K-3 student body in one day, and then we come back and then we do the 4-6 testing. This year we have, I think, 105 testers that we train for 2 to 3 weeks to make sure that they are giving accurate data. We sit with each tester individually, and they have to pass off every single measure within 1 point to make sure that the results are accurate. So then students have that confidence level that the results that they're getting is accurate. Quick snapshot. This is end of year data from 23-24. We shared middle of year data last time, and this is the end of year data and where Alpine stands in relation to other districts. I think it's just good to give a quick checkpoint. I think there are probably questions that we could ask other districts of like, what maybe are you doing? And we do collaborate with other districts. Our literacy team and our math team in that curriculum department, they reach out to other districts, they talk with them, and they ask, okay, like, what are you doing? Part of that, something that we implemented that was happening at another district was professional learning hour for elementary, where we meet with teachers and we give PD on not only literacy, but looking at data and goal setting. You can see that our district was 72% proficient K-6, and that was above the state average of 70%. Something that I want to highlight is there are times we get data and we think, okay, 72% of our students were proficient. And we think, well, that's 28% of our students are not proficient. And what I want to emphasize once again is these are students that have skills, they can read, they're just not at that level yet. And we are working to get them to that level. Sometimes we just see students that are proficient and think, well, then I guess the other ones can't do anything. And just that reminder that these students have skills, they bring skills with them, and we are identifying those students with these assessments and intervening and extending when we need to. Comparison by grade, we just wanted to break that down so you could see grade level comparison of how we are doing compared to the state. As you can see, a lot of the grade levels, we are above the state average, and I think there's a couple grade levels where we're within like 1 or 2% lower than what the state average is. Because of the work with full day kindergarten last year, the finalized data, you can see a significant jump from 65 to 80% We're hoping to follow that cohort of students to see what impact is this having as they go to first grade and then second grade, and see, you know, what that benefit is. We'll talk about some of the full day kinder data as well. Couple slides. Okay. With the Acadience test, we start to dive in and we look at correlation data. Sometimes we look at the percentages and we're thinking, like, is this good? Like, are we doing like what we are supposed to be doing? Are we falling within the normed range? With Acadience reading, there's normed data. It's nationwide. The Acadience group has set these ranges of, in a healthy system, this is where you should be falling, which gives us the ability to reflect and say, okay, is the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 instruction that's happening, the intervention that's happening, are we falling within that range? So this first slide, beginning of year, we had 21,000, almost 200 students that were above benchmark. You can see the correlation of where kind of they fell. And according to research, 90 to 99% of students that are above benchmark should stay above benchmark with solid tier 1 instruction. In our district, we are maintaining 96% of our students are staying proficient from beginning to end. So that's falling within that range of 90 to 99% that you see on the bottom of that slide. So we're hitting the range. So tier 1 instruction is helping maintain that. When we go to the next group of students, this is students that are at benchmark. That's the number of students who were at benchmark. And as we look at end of year data, you can see that according to the research in the bottom of that slide, that 70 to 85% of students should stay at benchmark according to norm data, and you do have fall off and you have kids that move different directions. And with our district, 72% of those students stayed proficient. With students at the at benchmark level, you need solid tier 1. Some of those students are on the cusp of like not hitting the cut, and so there's intervention that's happening. And some of them are closer to the cut of above benchmark, and then they fall into that level. As we look at students who are below benchmark, the data, the normed range is at the bottom. So students, we should see students move up to proficiency. 40 to 60% of students in that group should move up in proficiency. We know that some students may stay and may require another year of support. And so looking at that data, almost 5,000 students were below benchmark, and 42% of those students moved up to either at benchmark or above benchmark. So we're falling within that range, which we really like to see, that the tier 2 and the intervention that's happening at schools is moving students. The last group is our students who are well below benchmark. They're not quite there yet. And you can see that the data from Acadience says that 10 to 20% in that year should be able to move to proficiency. And you can see that 15% of our students who are well below benchmark actually moved up to proficiency, falling in with those ranges. With the data and that study, students that are below and well below, it does take sometimes 2 or 3 years of good tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 instruction to be able to get them up to benchmark. So we're excited about this because it shows kind of a healthy tier 1 instructional support plus interventions that are happening at the school. And we'll show you some other exciting data with that, some celebrations where we do look at schools that might be moving more students in the below and well below range. And so that's who we want to learn from. So let's go to the next part. This graph, just to show some longitudinal data, is proficiency. So you can see grade level boxes, and you can see the increase or the progress that's been happening at each grade level. That's circled in green. The blue boxes show the proficiency for end of year. Exciting kinder first grade data. We do see a flat line, which we have seen in second and third and fourth grade. Once students hit upper grades, it is very difficult to change that proficiency because of so many skills they may be lacking, and so it does take time. In the younger grades is where we really want to make sure that the foundational skills are solid, and then in the upper grades we see that maintain. This next slide is looking at growth. So in Acadians, every student gets a growth score from beginning to end of year. Every student has the chance to make growth, to make good growth. According to research, that growth number, the one that's encircled in blue, should be 60%. That would indicate that students are growing, things are happening. We would like it to be higher than that, but that's kind of like the baseline that research shows. And it's exciting to see that we are making good growth across grade levels, and we're hitting that 60% growth in grade levels. And this encompasses students that are ML students, our SPED students, that we want to see growth, even though they may not make proficiency that year. We do want to make sure that they're making adequate growth, if that makes sense. I know you've seen some data from full day kinder. I wanted to disaggregate it by cluster. We do a lot of data by division because we have our supervisors in elementary for division, but there's cluster data from last year where you can see the full day kinder proficiency and growth. So I'll give you a second to maybe look at that. Yeah, Julie, go ahead.
Sorry, Jason. This is the stuff that kind of like I nerd out on.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, this is last year's data. So when you're saying full day kindergarten, it may be that like there were only 2 schools in a cluster that had full day K.
Yep.
So this is not like the entirety of the cluster. It's just the areas where they actually did have full day available. Just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
And we do have, I think we shared a slide before with like division where it like clumps them together better. I wanted to just show what the cluster data was looking at. It's pretty exciting to see what full day kindergarten has done. I mean, to see these gains in proficiency and growth is incredible. When you're seeing that, the growth, when you're seeing in the 70s or 80s, that is exceptional growth. And we're quite excited to see what full day does this year with the entire district, to see where we land. And then those students, if they are achieving at higher levels, they start first grade hopefully in a better place. So then we can move forward. Superintendent, did you have a question?
You made the comment that, given your comment earlier on getting those skills at an early age, we should see continued growth from that into third grade.
Yeah. So it's exciting to see the progress, and we have some celebrations to show about that as well. Are there any other questions so far? Last year and every year we have state goals. We have district goals that we set. It's something that we do with USBE. All the districts meet with USBE. We talk about data, and there's goals that we set at a district level. Last year we set 5 goals, and we hit all 5 goals last year, which was incredible because we haven't done that in a long time. There were goals that we didn't hit, and so we're excited because we did set very rigorous goals, and we want to share some of that. So last year, kindergarten goal, we wanted to increase by 9% from beginning to end. That's a big number when you're setting a goal. you'll see schools that will set a goal for 3 or 4 or 5%. Looking longitudinally, our kindergarten was doing well, and we're like, okay, we have full day kinder. Could we, get that increase? And you can see we increased by 15% from beginning to end, which is incredible. We did an amazing job with our kinder. The next goal we have is a first grade goal. So we look at longitudinal data and we decide, okay, what is a rigorous goal? And that one was to increase from beginning to end by 4%. And you can see with that data, we increased by 5%. Last year, we hit that goal, and we're excited about that. We did have a math goal. Acadians Math is up on us. It's kind of a new assessment. Kindergarten math started this year. And so now anytime a new assessment happens, I think teachers and schools grapple with, how do we get into this? And many schools last year and now this year have set their priorities with literacy and numeracy. Like we need to look at, that numeracy data. And second grade flatlined ever since we started Acadians Math, and has gone backwards from beginning to end. The USBE, they recommend that sometimes we set a maintenance goal, like we want to maintain from beginning to end, because we're seeing a decrease. And so we set that maintenance goal, and our curriculum department, with some of the professional learning that we've been doing, kind of hit, math, and you can see that we increased by 3% in second grade, and that was our goal was to maintain. So we were quite excited about that. The last two goals, there's kind of two goals here. I mentioned that according to research, you should have like 60% growth in Acadians reading and math. Like that's at least 60. So the state sets that and says, okay, let's make sure we have at least 60% typical or better growth in reading and math, which we weren't hitting previously. And you can see with that data, we hit 65% growth in reading, K6, and then 62% with our math. And excuse me, that's grade levels 1 through 3. And so we achieved both those goals. So that's exciting. The next slide, I do want to thank, I have an amazing team that helped put together a lot of this data and help validate this data. But I just want to commend their work. And we have pages of celebrations that we pulled together, not just this. We celebrate with teams, we go out to schools, and we are very excited with the work that's happening. But look at that data, that Acadians reading data from last year, looking at the beginning of year proficiency to end of year proficiency in those grades, and the increase and the amazing growth. Like I mentioned, it should be 60, and you're seeing like 70s, 80s, 90s. And every school has something. We have lists because we recognize the work that's happening. And so I don't want any school to feel like, why am I not on there? We do have lists of data. And like Scott mentioned, we have that ready to be able to go visit schools and celebrate the work that they're doing. It's incredible.
So is this a wonderful commentary on how successful Letters was for our teachers that we're seeing some of these results? I mean, I know that we have, I know that we are only looking at K in first grade, but I know that there's other data out there, and I've seen some of it, seeing some of where our fifth and sixth graders are. And do you have those by cluster? I know we're just looking at K.
Yes.
You do have those by cluster.
Yep, and so we can get you those lists. We have Acadians, then we look at RISE, and then we, like I said, we started digging into correlating like WIDA with Acadians to see like how kids are doing, and we'd be happy to give that to you because we do have lots, we're data rich, and sometimes don't have the platform to share. But yes.
And will we have access to this, Jason, as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have it already?
They have it. Okay, yep.
This is a really exciting slide. Thank you for kind of highlighting I mean, some of these schools are succeeding in spite of great, great challenges, and celebrations to them, but also to you for making this available to us. You're kind of the bottom line as far as learning goes, so thank you, both of you, for your work on this. This is exciting to see.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we're excited. We're excited to look at this data and to share that with schools. And we know that there's areas that we need to work on, and that's part of our job too, is to look at areas and say, like, how can we help? How can we support where maybe there's grade levels at a school that maybe aren't performing as well? And that's something that we do as well. The next portion of this, if there's not any more Acadians questions, Brandon will talk about RISE. Yes.
I just want to congratulate Fox Hollow and Parkside for 93%.
Yep.
They just knocked it out of the ballpark. That's incredible.
And something about Fox Hollow and Parkside that we are going to share, and some of the schools on this list, that correlation data where we looked at are we moving students that are below or well below, they have data that shows that they're moving more than the norm, which is incredible, because it's saying, okay, like, we have processes in place with our intervention that's moving students beyond what is expected. And so that's exciting, because we want to learn, like, what do you have in place? What are the processes in place that maybe we could replicate in other buildings?
One other piece as we celebrate the schools that are really performing well is, at times we don't want to weaponize data, but we want to be aware of it. And so when we have schools that aren't performing, or they need a little more help and support, we're always aware of that, and we're sharing that, but we want to be also very strong of recognizing our schools that are outstanding and really moving the needle. So starting this week, through some time, we've been starting to outline some celebrations for schools that will go around and say, hey, typically it's hard to look deep down in the data dive like this. So we'll do it for them, and then isolate some areas where they're really doing well, because it's easy to pull RISE, Aspire, and that's some of the traditional stuff you have, that's those standardized tests. But when you get into some of these other data, when you're moving kids and individualizing it, those are the celebrations school-wide we want to make, in addition to the teams and such. And so there's a lot of great news happening that we want to emphasize, but also not ignore the responsibility of, hey, we've got some areas to improve as well.
And I believe some donuts are involved.
Okay, I'm going to pass it to Brandon. He's going to talk about our finalized RISE data and stuff that we've been able to see as that has recently come in.
All right, we get a look at our RISE results from the 2023-2024 school year. Now, just a little bit about RISE is it's the end of level testing, the end of the year testing for students to see if they've mastered the state standards in English language arts, mathematics, science, and writing. And the results that we see help inform us as educators and parents to see the progress of our students. And also it helps us to get insights on where we're growing, weaknesses and things that we need to work on. It also helps inform our instruction to see if our instruction's effective. And behind these numbers are teams of teachers that have put together and pulled out essential standards and created curriculum to help students make these gains. And so this slide is grades 3 through 8 on English language arts. And as you can see, we have a proficiency rate above the state average, and we're doing really well compared to other districts around us. And also, we tested over 36,000 students, and that's a lot, even in comparison. Another metric that we look at is growth, similar to Acadians. It's a little bit different. We call it MGP. It's the median growth percentile. This is comprised of individual student growth, called student growth percentile. And basically how you calculate that is you take all the students who have grown from one previous assessment to another. They're put into a cohort,
and then they're compared to other students and how they did, and they're given a growth score. And then you line those kids up, or those student scores within the school or within the district, and then you look at the very middle score. And so that's what you see here. And so we're at 51 for MGP, and our proficiency is at 52%. And we're doing really well. We're actually making growth. And how we know that is the growth score of 40 is actually saying that we're making sufficient progress. And here we're at 51, so we're way above that. Here is math. You can see where we are in comparison to other districts. Again, we're well above the state average, and our growth score is well above making sufficient progress. And this is really encouraging because our PLC teams and our content teams have worked really hard this last year to bring up our math scores, and you can see that their work is being paid off here in these summative results. Also in science, 57%, nearing 60%, which is amazing. We have growth of 49, and you can see that we're doing pretty well as compared to other districts, and there are other districts we could probably learn from. And so that's something that's ongoing. We meet actually as assessment directors monthly, 2 times a month, to discuss assessment results and what we're seeing and things like that. So we are doing some inter-district and within the state collaboration on this. One thing that I wanted to show you that our team also put together is the growth of our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. So multilingual learners are students that their first language or their native language is not English. And a lot of these students are brand new to the country, or they've been here within the last 3 years. And remember that sufficient growth score is 40. Alpine District is at 44. And then we have our students with disabilities. They're also making tremendous growth. So we're starting to close the gap for those students in English language arts. And note that English language arts is an assessment that assesses reading and English language skills. And then if you look at math, we're doing pretty well there. Students with disabilities, students with IEPs, 50. That's 10 growth points above sufficient progress. So that's really closing the gap for a lot of our students in math, which is usually daunting for those students. And then in science, we're at 39 for our multilingual learners. So again, there are some things we could learn. We're almost there to sufficient progress. We could look at some of the other districts and talk to them and see what they're doing. And behind these numbers are also schools that are doing great things. And so there might be schools that other schools could learn from within our own district. Again, students with disabilities are doing really well there as well. So here's the RISE celebrations that our team put together, and you're going to see some pretty neat stuff here with RISE. So this is elementary, and we've done this by cluster. Now remember, a sufficient growth score, or MGP, is 40. Some of these schools have more than doubled that growth score. And it's particularly interesting to see that a lot of those are in math. And what I said earlier, there is a consolidated effort to increase our team time and our teacher teams in making common form of assessments in math so that we can measure our students before we get to this end of level assessment so that we can adjust instruction. And we're doing a great job with that, especially at the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade levels, as you can see. And we also have some English language arts there. And one thing to mention, these are students that aren't proficient. So there's a high growth, but these are for students that are level 1s and level 2s, meaning they got a 1 or a 2, they're not proficient, but they've made tremendous growth in becoming proficient. So we will expect a lot of these students will actually become proficient in the next year or 2. Going on to secondary, here are the students on a proficiency level of 2, and then compilation of their growth scores for various junior highs. And you can see, again, we have some math, and this one we even have some science growth scores that are well above 40. Now, like I had mentioned and Jason had mentioned, behind the scenes, we're always trying to develop our professional capacity among our staff and employees. And some of the things that go on that happened even through the summer are professional learning hour with our elementary schools. In May, we set the tone for setting up for the new school year by goal setting, looking at priorities for schools and teacher teams, grade levels, and so forth. We also switched over to a new platform for measuring cadence, and we had a summer professional development on that where we taught all the teachers so that they were ready to go to assess our kids so we could have accurate data. We also provide data analysis training to our coaches, our professional learning, or our community coaches, and our ILCs, which are our technology coaches. And that's been tremendous, having them as a resource for schools to go to for data and data analysis. We also did just today a professional learning hour with all the teachers, K through 6, on how to monitor their data in between the beginning of year and middle of year reading assessments. So they're going to be monitoring kids throughout this window up until January and adjusting instruction as they are going. Also, we have a focus group that we run that's collection and analyzing evidence, and we invite all administrators to come to, and they get to look at their own school priorities, looking at setting goals. They also look at, okay, what data do they have to inform their priorities to see if they're actually making progress in those. And then there's also things that we do to support every cluster in our priority meetings and with our professional development in those meetings. So as you can see, there's a lot of great stuff going on. The results are showing that, and we're just happy to be able to present that to you. And I'll turn the time over to you for any questions.
Sorry, I had one. I'm not sure if this is appropriate for Jason or Brandon. One of the things I hear from teachers is that there are kids who don't take the RISE seriously. And I think, honestly, with the Acadians, it's a little bit easier to tell, right, because you have testers who are doing one-on-one. Sometimes 8th graders aren't very compliant when you ask them to take an assessment. Are there ways in which we're able to determine, like, okay, the student was on the RISE assessment for 6 minutes. Obviously, they didn't, I mean, are there ways that, I guess, I know that we can't force kids to take assessments, but also, like, is there a level of inaccuracy with the data? Are we able to weed out kids who obviously didn't make a concerted effort to take the test? Is that confusing enough?
No, so with that's a good question. So with the RISE data, if the student completes the test, no matter how long of time it took them to take it, it is counted in the results. And so one thing, I've had this discussion with schools and principals just recently, that providing a culture of, hey, we want to show what we know on end-of-level testing. And so that starts with the teachers and helping the teachers understand that this is a tool to help us inform instruction and show what we've done throughout the year. And that can trickle down to kids, getting them excited about showing what they learned. So there is a cultural aspect to that we're starting to catch fire with. But yeah, as far as kids, that there are going to be those kids that we can do everything in our power to try to get them to do the best they can, and they're just grateful to be done. So.
No question, just thank you. Great work, great culture that you're actually trying to develop in data and research, and supporting the schools, getting them the data that they need, the data dashboard that we've done and other things. The consolidation of your department to provide better service is remarkable, so thank you.
I have a request. If you haven't already sent this to us, and you may have, I haven't checked the last few hours, could you please send it?
Yep, it's in your inbox.
I just want to thank you for real metric for holding ourselves accountable for what we're doing in our public schools. It's an important aspect of being a public school, and I just thank you for this way that we can demonstrate that we are doing what we said we would do.
Okay, so I've kind of like, this is where I want to pick your guys' brains a little bit. I know that that you guys are creating phenomenal things with Rise, Acadience. If you had kind of like a wish project that you just said, hey, we're going to give you like whatever, a month to just do a data thing that you want to do. I love that you guys are already like smiling and nerding out. Like you're like, yeah, a month of data. If you just had the opportunity to kind of sit and create, what are we missing, I guess, with the data, or if there are holes in the information? If you had kind of like the ability to create your own system, what would you do differently than the structure we have here?
It's a great question. We often talk about the things that we would like to do because we get into the busyness of logistics and testing and all that. So a couple of things come to mind. One of them, Scott challenged our team with to start thinking about. We have schools that have priorities. They have school priorities, student group priorities, connection priorities, and how to display that, how to show that in a way that's useful to easily grab that data. And so giving schools data that they can be reflective about of what's going well and not just surface level data. It's very easy to pull data that's surface level. It's like, okay, this is where we're at. We geek out over like some of like the correlation data, like digging into like, okay, what's happening with students that are not achieving benchmark or they're a level 1 on Rise, but what's happening with them? What are they doing? Like, are they moving? And looking into more in depth with the data. And so helping schools and helping support schools with their priorities, I think would be awesome because each school has a priority that's specific to them. And so it would take a little bit of time to be able to identify, okay, like what is this school chasing? Are schools chasing something similar that we can create something that is useful to all so it's not 80 plus schools of data. And I mentioned part of that data that we're getting is I want to dig into more of how are our ML students doing because they come in at different levels and it's very easy to clump them and say, oh, well, you know, how are they doing on a surface level, but how is a level 1 student doing? And what does that look like? Where do we see that light bulb of, oh, okay, now we have a command of the English language to be able to pass reading, to pass math of these assessments that are in English. And so just digging into that, the school priorities, I think, would be super helpful for schools, especially when schools might need a little bit of support gathering that data together because it does take a little bit of work for a school to have a priority and then, okay, let's, you know, where do we get that data? How do we find time at the school to get that data? So I don't know if that maybe helps answer your question.
Yeah, I'll add one of the things when principals are trained, it doesn't always come down to a complete data analysis of how it's structured and how to work a school and how to set goals and how they connect. And so one of the areas we're trying to do is over the last few years, we'll get, if you have an accreditation visit coming up, or if you have an SEC meeting or a PTA, or you have a team that says we want to work on some stuff, a lot of times the principals would say, hey, guys, I got a meeting at 3 o'clock, it's 12, but can you give me some data so we can have this? And they're pretty awesome at getting stuff out to principals, but I think we're moving in a direction that we're teaching principals to be able to recall it in time of need so they know what to do and how to do it when they need something like that. We're not perfect at that. To me, that would be it's going to be ongoing training. Every time we get a new principal, we have a new principals academy. We're starting to train people, and Brandon and Jason are coming and constantly training principals. So they're always at the ready to help and build on those big projects and answer those deeper questions. But it's also creating that environment and that culture that we're a data-driven school district, and our principals know how to use it. And if our principals don't know how to use it, they have a very strong assistant or team lead or PLC coach or ILC coach that's also trained that they can connect and do it. That way we have better ways to share data and share results back and forth, because when you're more versed in it, you have better conversations. And when you have better data, it creates better questions. And when you have better questions, then you have better answers and better results and better outcomes when we can help. And the payoff is our schools get better, meaning our kids learn, and that's where the impact of this group comes in. So we'll continue that as well.
Great questions.
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that report, and now it's time for board member and superintendent reports or information items, and we'll entertain anyone who would like to address a topic.
This week is Legislator in the Classroom, and I had the opportunity today to spend about 2.5 hours with Representative Brammer. We went into Lone Peak, visited some CTE classes. We went in and saw their jazz band, which was really fun, and some core classes. Went over to Timberline, and Principal Price showed us around there as well. They have a special class there with kids with special needs that they have an orchestra class for them, and to try to teach them how to play instruments. And Julie Price is amazing over there. We saw a German class, and those 7th graders get smaller and smaller every year. They're so cute. But then headed on over to Westfield and visited with Principal Stewart there and saw some darling 2nd graders. And their 5th and 6th grade kids had some great questions for Representative Brammer. And I want to publicly thank him for taking the time today to go into the classroom and see how things look. And there's something about going there, and I think he felt it as I did. It's just kind of heart healing and a good thing for legislators to do. And I think we're pretty lucky to live in a state where we, have such great kids and families in our community, and those students are just extraordinary, and I'm so impressed with our administrators. But we had a good day today, and I, again, want to publicly thank him for taking the time and making the time to come and visit with our students. It was great.
I had the opportunity in this last week to attend the community outreach night at Westlake High School, as well as the Community Special Education Resource Fair at Lehigh. And I just was so appreciative of all of the organizations that came to support our students, and the information that was available for parents and community members, and that outreach. And I just thought those events were just well attended, and they are continuing to grow from their infancy as those fairs started a few years back. And then I just wanted to give a shout out. I have 3 schools in my areas that are celebrating some big milestones this year. We have Snow Springs, who has been around now for 25 years. I'm super excited for that. My kids got to attend there in their early years, so I feel like it's exciting, and now I'm feeling old that it's 25 years. I also have seen Saratoga Shores turn 20. And for those of you that aren't aware, they opened in trailers, and they had just a gym and a cafeteria, and then all of the classrooms were in trailers, and now it's a thriving community, and it was fun to attend their celebration night and say hi to friends that I hadn't seen in years. And then Dry Creek is turning 10 years old, and so it's just fun to see the growth in the neighborhoods. And then also wanted to do a shout out to legislators that have attended in, we had some over at Willow Creek yesterday. We had Heidi Baldry and Amelia Powers both spend some time in that building, and we appreciate the time that they took to come in to see what's happening in classrooms.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Nye. He's Governor Cox's senior advisor of education. He spent part of Constitution Day at Cedar Valley High School and just chatting with kids about the Constitution and what was the most important part. They were there to get the cookie, but then they had to answer questions about the Constitution to earn the cookie. Just appreciated him being there, engaging with students. We ran out of constitutions, and the media specialist had ordered 400. So we had a really high level of engagement with students. And just a shout out to Wendy at the Cedar Valley Library. She did such a phenomenal job with the students there, really engaging displays. She did a beautiful display for 9/11 that was really powerful. And then celebrating Constitution Day there and seeing the level of engagement from students who wanted to be a part and participate. It was just really phenomenal. I'm just grateful for all the people on the ground level who are contributing, and then just appreciative of Dr. Nye with his busy schedule, making the time to be there and engage with students. I really appreciated that.
I just wanted to report on the capital planning committee meeting that we had today. I thought it was exciting to see progress on the junior high. I think they are finishing the roofing on most of it, and it looks like everything's on schedule for it to open next fall. So that was exciting to see. In terms of the Saratoga Springs High School, I think they're in the progress of working with the property owner to come up with a legal description of the property. And as soon as that's done, then they can start finalizing the purchase. Part of that process will be to take soil samples and to make sure that we do our due diligence on the legal property that's developed. And we're currently looking, the architect is working with school departments on what their needs are, how to make sure the design fits the needs of the community. They're then going to meet with cities to make sure that the architect is aware of the needs of the cities and what will be happening. So then the architect's working towards a spring start of construction. Again, the board has, during our truth and taxation, we ended up voting on some financing to pay for the property and the architect fee. And we'll need to, in the January-ish, February-ish time frame, look at passing additional financing to finish the high school. We also kind of talked about the possible idea of thinking about a teen center. I know that Davis School District has put teen centers along with most of their high schools. And I think it was an interesting to start thinking about, how we could serve the students that are homeless. And so we kind of looked at some possibilities there. That's something that we might want to talk about as a board in some future meeting to see how we feel about that. I know we also talked probably about additional elementary sites in the West, and probably about 10 sites or schools that we're watching or looking at, either if they have excess or nearing their capacity for an elementary, or if their enrollment is going down, and how we might want to do boundary adjustments to make those work. So I thought it was a great meeting, and I appreciate those who put together all the information.
I just wanted to report on the Teaching and Learning Committee that met today. It was really, it was a packed meeting, so thank you, Scott. Thank you, Dr. Carter, Dr. Vicki Carter. I think it's hard to pick what was the most exciting thing, but I really appreciated the progress we're making in secondary literacy and the inroads that they're making. They're focusing on assessment, and they found a product that Blaine is, Dr. Edmonds has helped them find called Map Growth. And it helps them to track so many things about literacy and target exactly what needs to happen in the Tier 1 teaching. And it even, we haven't explored this yet, but I think this is exciting. And this addresses what Jason was talking about, being able to test in Spanish so that we can identify whether a Spanish speaker is held back by language barriers or by learning barriers. And I think that would be a really important breakthrough in our district. So I was just excited about that report, and I also appreciated Kevin Thomas and his presentation on how we are increasing the capacity of our teachers in a very strategic and planned way, especially with some support from the state board. Their materials have been very helpful. So I just enjoyed a very packed meeting today, all about learning. You all should have been there.
I'd just like to add to what Mark said about the Capital Planning Committee. As far as the new junior high goes, it's on target. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And they are working right now on 3 different plans for a boundary change, and they will bring some of that back to us on October 8th to take a look at that. As far as some of the other projects and some of the other areas, as they look at the ALL and DLI changes and proposals, they're going to be putting a questionnaire on the website, I think it's by October 1st, and it will have 3 different forms on it where parents can give specific feedback to some of those proposals and some of those changes. So that is something that will be really helpful, I think, to the public. We'll want to take a good look at that. The other thing is that I am really impressed with the architects. We have, for our new high school, we cannot use the architects we used in the past because their contract has expired, I believe. So we're looking at a new architect who is going to great lengths to meet with the different departments at the different schools, to meet with administrators, to meet with public, to really make the design of that school functional and as useful as possible, and to include all the elements that really needed to be included. And so I think we're moving ahead on a lot of these projects. We've got a lot of balls in the air right now, so we would urge our public to be patient and to check our website regularly for those kinds of updates and those kinds of feedback opportunities.
Okay, any more input from board members? Okay, we have need for a closed session this evening, so do I hear a motion?
I move that we go into closed session.
And I neglected to mention that we do this in order to address issues of personnel, property, litigation, or collective bargaining. Sarah has so moved. Do I hear a second?
Second that motion.
Okay, and we'll now do a roll call vote, starting with Board Member Lincoln.
Joylyn Lincoln, aye.
Mark Clement, aye.
Board Member King, aye.
Board Member Hacken, aye.
Board Member Wilson, aye.
Board Member Beeson, aye.
Board Member Bateman, aye.
Seeing that the vote is unanimous, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.